We'll start in a moment. We're waiting for the ranking member to arrive and some other members, so we'll start in 1 second. Subcommittee will come to order, and good afternoon, or good morning, I should say, and I deeply apologize for the lateness in starting. Unexpectedly, we never know when we put together a hearing that there will be what the voting situation will be like on the floor, and we just had 14 votes, and we have more, unfortunately, in the not-too-distant future, so I apologize in advance as well as for the delay. Today's hearing will examine the human rights and governance situation in Ethiopia and the status of U.S. relations with Ethiopia. Given Ethiopia's important cooperation in opposing Islamic militants in Somalia, as well as its cooperation in other counterterrorism and peacekeeping efforts, the administration, however, has been reluctant, in my opinion, to seriously hold the Ethiopian government to account for persistent, egregious human rights violations, including the inability of the opposition political parties to function, restrictions on civil society, organizations, journalists that prevent them from operating freely, and forced removals of citizens from their lands. I know they're raised, but my hope is that additional weight will be given. According to USAID's Assistant Administrator for East Africa, Earl Gast, and we're very delighted to have you here, USAID believes that open channels of communication with the Ethiopian government create opportunities to influence democracy, rights, and governance issues. And I know that is a very real and powerful belief, and it may work, but unfortunately we haven't seen the fruit. However, Amnesty International will testify today, and I quote, "Since 2005, the human rights situation in the country has deteriorated still further, with significantly increased restrictions placed on freedom of expression, association, and other rights. Sadly, the Ethiopian authorities have not acted in a vacuum during this period. According to Amnesty, the U.S. and others in the international community have failed to raise concern over the government's systematic violation of human rights and flouting of its international obligations. The failure to speak out and press for change has emboldened the government and has allowed Ethiopia to set a dangerous example for other governments in the region to emulate. It is critical that the United States and other members of the international community," Amnesty goes on, "to press the Ethiopian authorities to address human rights concerns and repeal and reform key legislation and policies," close quote. Amnesty also notes that in its testimony that for the Ethiopians held in detention, conditions continue to be extremely harsh. Torture is regularly reported to take place during interrogation, in the initial stages of detention, often before the detainees have access to their families or to legal representatives. Prisoners have been slapped, suspended from the walls and ceilings by their wrists, beaten with various objects, denied sleep, electrocuted, and had weights suspended from their genitalia. Solitary confinement for extended periods is often reported. Within prison facilities, sanitation was often reported to be poor. Amnesty International has received reports of medical resources being withheld and reports of deaths in custody. I would note parenthetically that I'll never forget in the 1980s, as a relatively new member of Congress, I was elected in 1981, reading Amnesty's report called Tortures in the 80s, and it talked about what was going on in certain African countries, including Ethiopia, and barbaric mistreatment of detainees. And sadly, as they will say today, it continues in Ethiopia today. Ethiopia is Africa's second most populous country after Nigeria, as we all know, and the United States considers its government to be an important development and regional security partner, as it is. Ethiopia plays a key leadership role in the region, hosts the African Union headquarters, and is a major troop contributor to UN peacekeeping operations. According to the State Department, the three pillars of bilateral relationship with Ethiopia are economic growth and development, democracy, governance, and human rights, and regional peace and security. Deputy Assistant Secretary for State and Human Rights and Labor Karen Hanrahan stated in October in a speech, advancing democracy and human rights is one of our highest priorities in our engagement with Ethiopia. Nevertheless, it has been difficult to get cooperation from the current and previous administrations in confronting the government of Ethiopia. And as you know, Ambassador Yamamoto, under the Bush administration, I actually introduced the Ethiopia Human Rights Act because of that lack of cooperation and that lack of progress. In June of 2005, following a contentious election in which Prime Minister Meles and his party seemed to suffer unexpected losses, demonstrators led by college students took to the streets to protest a delayed release of the election results. The government's reaction was to deploy snipers who shot and killed protesters and to jail hundreds of others. An increasingly violent response to protests took place in November of that year. The death toll resulting from both protests was approximately, or put at 193, but the numbers arrested has never been confirmed. In the summer of 2005, I traveled to Ethiopia along with Greg Simpkins to assess the situation and to meet with Prime Minister Meles, members of his government, political opposition leaders, including one of our witnesses today, Berhane Nege, civil society representatives, the religious community, and the diplomatic community as well. What I found was a government leader who was arrogant in his certainty that he could arrest his political opposition whenever and wherever he wanted. I also found a political opposition convinced that they had won a majority in the legislative elections of that year. Unfortunately, the government's view won the day, and I do say, Ambassador Yamamoto, I know you spoke out here as well as in Addis over and over again expressing the consternation and the opposition of the administration and, of course, to the State Department, and I always will thank you for that. Mr. Nege and other political leaders were arrested and held in jail for more than a year on charges that they had to continually be charged due to repeated failure to convict them. Some of them who managed to be released from jail found themselves forced to live outside the country, such as Mr. Nege. The political space for opposition parties, as you say in your testimony, is restricted. The imprisonment and prosecution of political prisoners has dissolved parties and caused reformulations that also weren't able to continue. Mr. Nega founded Gingbot 7, a new political party in Ethiopia, but 2 years ago it was declared a terrorist organization by the Meles government. And not only was it unable to operate openly, but Ethiopian journalists were prevented from reporting on the party or on its statements. Similarly, the government of Ethiopia, according to the State Department Human Rights Report, continued to imprison more than 400 opposition leaders, activists, and local journalists by the end of 2012, many on vague national security-related charges. As of 2011, the Ethiopian government had completed long-term cheap land leases on more than 3.6 million hectares, equivalent to the size of the Netherlands, mainly to large-scale foreign agricultural investors. And in addition, 200 million hectares of land have since been made available to such leases to foreigners. An estimated 1.5 million Ethiopians in 4 regions have been displaced, many of them subject to a supposedly voluntary program known as villagization. Others displaced due to these land leases or because of major dam projects now reside in refugee camps in Kenya. Despite an unacceptable political and human rights environment in Ethiopia, we hold out some hope that the post-Meles government may yet change. I remember when you testified, Ambassador Yamamoto, in 2006, you talked about being at a crossroads and the hopes for change. we're right back there with that hope for change. Earlier this month, thousands of Ethiopians protested political repression in the capital city of Addis. Under the late President Meles, such a show of defiance likely would have been met with official violence and snipers and mass arrests. But the government of the current Prime Minister, Haile Mariam Desalegn, did not react that way, and this is an encouraging sign. Our witnesses today include the former U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia, the U.S. official in charge of our significant aid portfolio to Ethiopia, the former elected mayor of Addis, a member of the first U.S. delegation to meet with the current government, and a longtime Ethiopian activist on human rights. And I look forward to your testimonies, and yield to my friend and colleague, Ms. Bass.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for having this meeting. I want to get quickly to the witnesses, so I just want to make a brief statement. One, I had the privilege and honor of being in Addis a few weeks ago at the 50th anniversary of the African Union, along with Ambassador Yamamoto, and it was exciting to be there, and I look forward to going back in August for a seminar with the Aspen Institute. I think that there are a lot of exciting things happening in Ethiopia. The economy, I'm hoping that things will be worked out with Egypt over the development of the dam. And as we think about the economic progress, and I think, you know, most folks around the world do celebrate that, I do have to say that from the district that I represent in Los Angeles, there's an area of my district that's called Little Ethiopia. And I know we debate as to who has the largest Ethiopian population outside of the country, but I know that LA is either number 1 or number 2 behind the District of Columbia. And I will tell you that since I have represented the area, I've been in Congress 3 years, but I was in the state legislature for 6 years before that. And for all 6 years, I heard from the Ethiopian residents who have consistently expressed their concerns about the human rights issue, especially after the '05 election. I was actually preparing to go, and then the election happened, and it clearly became a situation where I couldn't travel there. But over the years, I have heard about a number of the human rights abuses that the chair described. There have been people that have visited Los Angeles who have been persecuted in the country and came to, one, see if we would be able to support them in the United States. And I know many of my constituents feel that they can't even go home to visit. And so I'm looking forward to the testimony. I want to get to that. As Mr. Chair said, we probably are going to be interrupted again. I'm hoping we'll be able to get through both panels before we have to go back for an even longer series of votes. So I thank the witnesses for coming this morning. I look forward to hearing what you have to say, as I always do, especially from the two of you. But, you know, I really would like to take the opportunity of this hearing to drill down and find out exactly what the situation is, what our government is doing about it, and what the future might hold. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, Ethiopia is a critical U.S. ally, and they have helped us oppose, Islamist militants in Somalia. They host the African Union headquarters, and as has been mentioned, the second most populous country in Africa. So they're the key to the Horn of Africa, and also the key to West Africa, and to some extent the Arabian Peninsula. And even yesterday, we heard about attacks at the UN Development Office there at Mogadishu. And this region as a whole is still very volatile, and so the importance of an ongoing relationship with Ethiopia cannot be overstated. And so that's why it's disheartening to see some of the problems that we still need to address there. One party, as has been mentioned, dominates Ethiopia's political system. The media is often harassed. Basic freedoms are still restricted. So these are real concerns, and as Ethiopia's parliament passes new regressive laws, we need to see steps forward. And I am hoping to hear today from you those steps that we can take that will move forward and that exist. And as Ethiopia is one of the largest recipients of U.S. bilateral assistance in fiscal year 2012, as we continue to look to Ethiopia to be a good friend, we want to make sure that those relationships are not only good for the United States, but for the people of Ethiopia as a whole. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meadows. I'd like to now welcome our very distinguished witnesses, beginning with Ambassador Donald Yamamoto, who is no stranger to this subcommittee, having testified before us several times in the last sessions of Congress and again a few weeks ago. He is now serving with distinction as the Acting Assistant Secretary in the Bureau of African Affairs in the U.S. Department of State. His prior assignments including serving as U.S. Ambassador to Ethiopia, as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State in the Bureau for African Affairs, and most recently as Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary in that Bureau. He also served in Djibouti, Eritrea, Japan, and China, and again had a long and distinguished career in the Foreign Service. We'll then hear from Mr. Earl Gast, who is USAID's Assistant Administrator for Africa and has worked at USAID in leading development programming, especially in post-conflict and transitioning societies. He's also been a frequent witness before this subcommittee. We always benefit from his insights and counsel. Prior to his current position, Mr. Gast served in Afghanistan, Colombia, Eastern Europe, and Rome. Mr. Gast is also one of the first USAID employees stationed in Iraq. He played an equally important role in developing the post-crisis strategy for Kosovo, overseeing all mission operations. Most prominently, he received the agency's award for heroism and the Distinguished Unit Award. Gentlemen, please proceed, beginning with Ambassador Yamamoto.
Thank you very much, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Bass and the other honored members. And I ask for a submission of my full statement for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
I want to, on my oral presentation, I want to add points that are kind of different from the statement that I'm submitted. Today's hearing raises issues that will advance the hope of Ethiopia's people for the future of their country. Yet the path that lays ahead will be marked on how the people, the government, the opposition, and civil society can work cooperatively and harmoniously together to come to terms not only with Melis's legacy, but how they will work together to define or possibly redefine the future course for Ethiopia. What Melis achieved when he was a prime minister for Ethiopia was economic growth, set political policies that have guided Ethiopia since the fall of the Derg, as well as the establishment of Ethiopia's regional and international importance. The prime minister became the indispensable negotiator in Somalia, the critical mediator in Sudan, the eloquent spokesperson for all of Africa on climate and development challenges. He proved to be an effective person whose persuasive and forceful negotiation style and intellectual depth of understanding of issues set the tone and course of discussions on important domestic and regional issues. His articulate discussions of issues with crystal clear and insightful assessment distinguished him as a political leader, but also brought Ethiopia and Africa heightened respect and authority. However, the cost of his efforts also raised concerns. As ambassador, I raised on behalf of the United States our voice on the narrowing of political space, and we spoke clearly and decisively that the laws which were passed in and by themselves may appear logical and necessary, but when taken together and implemented without judgment or judicious temperament, could prove not only a severe obstacle to personal freedoms and economic independence, but also, if pursued without wisdom, could significantly alter Ethiopia's image in a profoundly negative manner. How Ethiopia's people, political rulers, opposition groups, and civil society work together to deal with not only the legacy of Melis, but to define where the country moves forward in a hopeful direction, or falls into gridlock of political partisanships dominated by uncompromising views, where alternate voices are based on what is merely wrong rather than what needs to be done. What must be achieved to realize a more democratic and hopeful future for Ethiopia remains a challenge. Ethiopia, again, I believe, is an important crossroad in which the country, mindful of its past, has the opportunity to move forward. As Congresswoman Bass said, she and Secretary Kerry were at the African Union Summit, and there, Prime Minister Haile Mariam, as President of the African Union, outlined the key direction, not only for Ethiopia, but for all of Africa. That is to invest in the economy, to realize a transformation to a more technical world, investment in technology and vocational education, commitment to infrastructure development, overcoming bureaucratic red tape and unreasonable laws, and finally to promote democratic values. These are great, but there are also great challenges as well as great hopes. If not handled astutely and with great political skill, as well as courageous and decisive action, Ethiopia may also go down a very different path in which its future could be sacrificed to partisan politics. It will take much understanding, compromise, tempered by deep commitment to achieving what is in the interest of the people of Ethiopia, and not in deference to political positions or personal preferences. And so the United States will forever remain dedicated to the core values and goals of democratic values and human rights policies, as well as economic prosperity and security. We stand firmly with Ethiopia, its people, its future generation, to achieve together a better future for Ethiopia and for Africa. And I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Gast.
Good morning, Chairman Smith. Good morning, Ranking Member Bass, and good morning to all other members of the subcommittee. And thank you very much for inviting me here to speak before you today on an important topic, and that is Ethiopia after Prime Minister Meles. The death last year of Prime Minister Meles Zenawi marked the end of an era in Ethiopia. Fully half of the population had never known another leader or another style of leadership, and his passing brought with it hope and trepidation for the country's future. 10 months later, the ruling EPRDF remains firmly in control of all organs of government. In recent years, Ethiopia has experienced a period of relative stability, marked improvements in the well-being of its people, and an increasingly important position in the international community. The government's Productive Safety Net Program, or PSNP, which provides food and cash in exchange for building community infrastructure, helped provide 7.2 million persons with income and sources and prevented them from slipping into crisis during the 2011 to 2012 drought. The availability of education and health services has flourished, even in remote communities, and economic opportunities are expanding for youth and women. Ethiopia is also one of the United States' key African partners in fighting terrorism, promoting national and regional food security, and providing peacekeepers in some of the most difficult locations in Africa. But at the same time, the Ethiopian government systematically limits space for political parties, independent media, and civil society to operate, significantly constraining the ability of people to influence government decisions and hold their government accountable. And you said we have a two-pronged approach to democracy, human rights, and governance issues. The first integrates these issues into our core programs in other sectors to support social and economic resilience and encourage communities to participate in decision-making. For example, by supporting the creation of decentralized financial systems at 76 government hospitals, USAID not only improved the quality of medical services, but we also strengthened these institutions in financial management, accountability, and transparency. The second prong of our approach in Ethiopia capitalizes on opportunities as they arise to promote respect for human and civil rights. Toward this end, we support political dialogue, legal education, and court reforms through a variety of organizations and through the government itself. Although there are major impediments to working with Ethiopian civil society groups, we do support the organizations that accountably deliver services in a manner that is respectful to human rights. Our strategy is capitalized on Ethiopia's commitment to poverty reduction by supporting sustainable development through community-based decision-making and public involvement in every area of our work, whether it's agriculture, economic growth, health, education. We encourage social accountability mechanisms such as scorecards and participatory budgeting to help citizens hold government accountable for service delivery and institute the practice of participation and dialogue. And by working together with the government of Ethiopia on our shared agendas to advance economic growth and development, we are fostering opportunities for dialogue about public participation and transparency while having real positive effects that will accumulate over time into significant change that will increasingly enable and encourage democratic governance. Ongoing dialogue with the Ethiopian government creates opportunities to advocate reforms that will hold government accountable and gradually expand political rights and civil liberties. By integrating democracy and governance work into the significant investments that we're making, we are gaining important opportunities to support social and economic resilience in Ethiopian society. I very much welcome this opportunity to discuss our programs in greater detail and would love.
Mr. Gass, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Out of deference to our second panel, I'll only ask one question because we have so little time because of about 2 hours of voting that's pending, I should say. Let me just, you mentioned that sustainable development requires good governance. We know that the request for, or the fiscal year 13, not the request, the actual money, of the $351 million in total aid, $1 million has been reserved for democracy-type programs. And I'm wondering, you emphasize the importance of balance. Can that be beefed up? Are there opportunities that are going awry? And as you know, when it comes to child survival and trying to mitigate the problems of HIV/AIDS and all the other, I take a backseat to no one, but it seems to me that helping get that good governance, it has to be an equal high priority with those other things. Secondly, on torture, same question, or if you could answer it at the same time. I've authored 4 torture victims relief acts to help people who have suffered PTSD and all of the physical and psychological deleterious effects from torture. I have met with more torture victims everywhere in the world, have had hearings where we've heard from them, and yet people today in Ethiopia are being tortured. What are we doing to stop that?
Thank you for your questions, Chairman. Working in Ethiopia truly is a dilemma. We, as an agency, are elevating the importance of human rights in all of our programming. It's a key component of our democracy, human rights, and governance strategy. And the dilemma really is that we're seeing a government that is investing in its people. It is doing the right things in terms of social investment and social accountability. Yet, on the other hand, when we look at specific instances that you mentioned, that I know Ambassador Yamamoto will talk about, and then when we look at indices that measure human rights and governance and independent media, we see that space is closing and continues to close. So it is a dilemma for us, and it's a debate that we have internally, and we also have with our State Department colleagues as well as people in the White House. So our approach has been to support the good things that are happening to support people. That would be in education. And when you look, Chairman, five years ago, where enrollment rates were only at about 20%, and you see that enrollment rates are now at 90%, when you see the significant rise, not only in literacy in the country and among students, but especially among girls and women. And we look at other health statistics, including child survival, and also maternal mortality. We know that the government is making investments.
But on the education front, even in your testimony, you say that Ethiopia has nearly achieved the second Millennium Development Goal to achieve universal primary education, but then the big but, that it is inferior, it lacks the quality of education that's well below standards. So with every seemingly good thing, there's a seemingly downside to it.
Sure, but literacy rates are high, and so what we're doing as an agency is focusing on outcomes. The numbers are good. Now we need to focus on the qualitative aspects, and we're doing that in partnership with the government in training 20,000 teachers throughout the country and truly emphasizing learning outcomes.
And are we visiting political prisoners, Ambassador? I'm sorry, it's just so little time.
Yes, we are. And of course, when I was the ambassador there, we had many discussions and visits to the prisons to not only look at the conditions of the prisons, but also to look at how we can stop any abusive behavior there and to investigate. And that's what we've been doing.
I have several questions that I will submit just because of time. Yield to Ms. Bass.
I will try to be quick also. I wanted to know if you could say, and if you can't, and we need to talk afterwards, let me know, but what happens when we raise the issues of human rights? I mean, what's the basis of the contradiction? You know, you describe, and I'm, aware too of Ethiopia's great progress. You mentioned several indices. So why is the government so fearful? What's the basis of the problem, and what happens when we raise it with them?
I'll give a couple examples. During the 2005, when probably about 30,000 were detained after that election and the violence subsequently followed, there was about 71 political prisoners, and one of them is going to be on your panel. We worked very hard behind the scenes to work with them and the government to get them out and also to visit them in prison, and we did that. I think the issue is the laws that were passed, the terrorist laws, the NGO laws, et cetera, have been very restrictive. And it goes back to where is the comfort level for the government and how they can balance between what is security related and what really is openness. I mean, when you have a country that doesn't even have internet connection from BlackBerry.
I was going to get to that.
Yeah, so that comes as why. I mean, why not have the openness? And those are things that we're working with the government behind the scenes and also in public and to show them how the benefits are for these issues.
So the basis of the fear? I mean, it seems to me that that's the reason for this. You know, my constituents had asked me when I was in the state legislature, they had wanted me to do a resolution, and in thinking about it, it might have been a resolution in support of what you were doing with the human rights bill. We weren't able to do that because, we just dealt with state issues. We didn't get into foreign policy. But, again, when I talk to constituents, they just paint such a very different picture. And so the basis of the fear, is it fear, first of all, and the basis of it is.
Right. But as I said, this is a crossroad. I mean, if Prime Minister Haile Mariam said at the AU in front of everyone, democratic values are important, unreasonable laws are not good, let's do it. Let's test it. Let's go move forward. I think that is what we need to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows.
I think Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have also seen some recent openings. And so, for example, the Ethiopian government has invited some experts, foreign experts, to come in to look at registration of religious organizations in the country. So we see that as an opening. A second one is that we are allowed to work with civil society organizations that are doing peace building, community peace building activities. And then the third thing that's happening is a forum that will be taken around the country to review and discuss the Charities and Societies Proclamation. And that's the one that severely limits the ability of development agencies of working with civil society organizations. I can't say that it's a perfect picture. It's nowhere near a perfect picture. But there are some openings, as Ambassador Yamamoto cited.
Mr. Meadows.
I'm going to submit most of my questions for the record, but Mr. Ambassador, I have one question that I'd like you to address today if we can. Ethiopia, as we've mentioned, is a de facto one-party country, and you noted in your ruling that the ruling party controls every aspect of government. I think it was 545 of 547 seats on their parliament. What can we do to help facilitate a healthy opposition? And if there is a real opposition party that emerges, do you see that destabilizing the country or help push for human rights or both?
And that's an excellent point, and that's the dilemma that we face. After the elections, we talked to the Prime Minister at that time and said we were very, very disappointed in that results because we made so many gains in 2005, though there was problems on violence. Are we going backwards? We need to move forward, and those are the areas that I think we were working with this new government under Prime Minister Haile Mariam. But it is, how do you develop the opposition to be a very forceful voice for the people, and how can you allow them to be that forceful voice? Those are the areas that we've been trying to work very keenly in our democracy issues, but also behind the scenes and with the government in private. It's going to take time, but we are pushing very hard on various programs and opportunities. Like, for instance, I'll give you a couple examples. One of the things in all of Africa, not just Ethiopia, is the violence against women. We have started with AID, this hotline for battered women to call in and to get views. That's an opening. Another issue is to have the judiciary process to help with women and minority groups and others. That's another opening. So if we can push things keep on pushing things, maybe those will be areas for opening to help not only the government, but also the general atmosphere.
So do you see an opposition party helping with that, with the human rights?
Yes, but I think with the opposition, and I defer to Dr. Bahananega, who has better views, is how can we help this? Because one day the opposition will be the government party and vice versa. We've told that to the Prime Minister. We've told that to the government. You've got to prepare. You cannot rule consistently forever. It's impossible. Mm-hmm. And that's an issue that they understand. But how do you build that confidence? And that's, I think, the challenges we face.
So do you think they're fearful of an unstable environment? Is that the major opposition to having a viable two-party system?
I think that's one part.
Okay.
That's one aspect.
All right. Thank you both. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meadows. And just in conclusion, I just want to thank you again. Ambassador Yamamoto, when you did testify in March 28, 2006, and I know you did this with the utmost sincerity, but you talked about hope for democracy, a new chapter, crossroads, and my hope is, hope springs eternal, that we will be dogged in our efforts to ensure that this time Ethiopia gets it right for the people's sake and for basic fundamental freedoms and basic human rights. So thank you. Many questions will be posed. I wish we could do it today. Maybe you don't, but thank you so much for being here and for working so closely with us. I'd like to now introduce our second panel, beginning with Dr. Berhanu Nega, who is a Bucknell University Associate Professor of Economics. He is also current chairman of Gimbat 7, the Movement for Justice, Freedom, and Democracy. Is one of the leaders of the Coalition for Unity and Democracy and served as campaign manager for the party's successful effort during the 2005 elections. He was first freely elected mayor of Addis in 2005 election, and along with all the leadership of the CUD, he served 21 months in prison after winning the election. I would note parenthetically that when Greg and I visited in 2005, Dr. Nega and Greg got in a car to go one place, I got in a car to go somewhere else, and right behind them, ubiquitous to the core, was a group of secret police who monitored every move that they made, and it was just telling. It was over the top. Dr. Peter Pham, again, welcome back, Dr. Pham, director of the Michael S. Ansari Africa Center at the Atlantic Council in Washington. He is incumbent vice president of the Association for the Study of Middle East and Africa, an academic organization that represents more than 1,000 scholars, and is editor-in-chief of the organization's Journal of the Middle East and Africa. Dr. Pham was the winner of the 2008 Nelson Mandela International Prize for African Security and Development. He has authored half a dozen books, chapters concerning Somali piracy, terrorism, and stabilizing fragile states, as well as more than 80 articles in various journals. We'll then hear from Mr. Obang Metho, Solidarity Movement for a New Ethiopia. Mr. Metho is the executive director of the Solidarity Movement for the New Ethiopia, a social justice movement of diverse interests. He has tirelessly advocated for human rights, justice, and freedom, the environment, and enhanced accountability in politics and peace in Africa for over 10 years. He has briefed and met with leaders and officials at the UN, European Parliament, State Department, U.S. Congress, and the World Bank, and the Council for Foreign Relations, among others. He defends the fundamental respect for human life and is committed to work for the reconciliation, forgiveness, and healings of affected people in order to create positive future. Then we'll hear from Mr. Adote Akwe, who is Amnesty International's Managing Director for Government Relations for AI International. He rejoined Amnesty in 2010 after serving as Senior Policy Advisor for CARE. In this capacity, Mr. Akwe helped develop and implement advocacy on CARE's priority issues towards the U.S. government. Before joining CARE, he worked with Amnesty International USA for 11 years. He also served as Africa's Director for the Lawyers Committee for Human Rights, now Human Rights First, and previously served as a Research and Human Rights Director for the American Committee on Africa and the Africa Fund. So, Dr. Nega, if you could begin.
Sorry. Good morning, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Bass, distinguished members of the House Subcommittee on Africa. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to have the opportunity to appear before you to discuss issues related to the future of democracy and human rights in Ethiopia. Democracy and human rights have direct implications for Ethiopia's survival as a nation. The existence of a democratically elected and accountable government that strictly adheres to the rule of law and respects the basic rights of its citizens is the only arrangement that will ensure Ethiopia's stability and prosperity in the long run. A stable and prosperous Ethiopia contributes to the prosperity and stability of the region. An unstable Ethiopia has the potential to destabilize the Horn of Africa. Issues ranging from religious extremism, potential conflict over freshwater usage, crippling poverty, and looming environmental challenges could threaten the livelihood of the people in the region, and such challenges require the attention and resources of the international community in partnership with responsible and accountable leaders in the region. It is therefore in the economic and national security interest of the U.S. and its Western allies to ensure that Ethiopia achieves durable stability, which can only come from genuine democratization, rather than settle for a short-term, tenuous peace that is falsely projected by dictatorships and that could collapse with the slightest challenge from a fed-up and angry populace. Having said that as an introduction, let me quickly and directly address the topic at hand. There are three interrelated issues. The first deals with the government's observance of human rights and democratic principles after the days of Mallas. This is a topic that is least controversial, and I have addressed it in detail in the written testimony that I have submitted for Rayburn. Suffice it to say that in every major category of human rights and democratization, things are as bad as they were during Mallas' tenure, or even worse in some cases. Award-winning journalists are languishing in jail. Ethiopia is very close to Iran, Cuba, and Somalia in the number of journalists jailed or exiled. As a cruel reminder of the elections in communist Soviet Union, the ruling party allegedly won 99.6% of the parliamentary seats under Mallas in 2010. As if to outdo Mallas, in the most recent local elections, the ruling party and its allies won all of the 3.8 million seats. The Independent Election Commission called it a manifestation of the maturity of Ethiopian democracy. The government is simply allergic to the presence of independent civil organizations. It decides on who should be the leaders of religious institutions and has the audacity even to attempt to pressure Ethiopian Muslims to abandon their faith and convert to a new sect that it somehow favors. It purposely fosters conflict among different cultural and religious communities. Ethnic cleansing of the Amhara from the south and Benishangul regions, which started under Mallas, hasn't stopped. The forced eviction of indigenous people from the Omo Valley and Gambella regions has intensified. The judiciary, like all state institutions, is completely captured to a point where the faith that people might have in finding justice through formal state institutions has been obliterated. Mr. Chairman, the potential for reforms under the current government, which forms the second part of this discussion, is at once very critical as well as potentially controversial, because the discussion about the future by its very nature is speculative. In my mind, this issue has two parts. The first is my own assessment of the possibility of reform under the current regime. The second is a follow-up to the first. If there is no reforms, what is going to happen to Ethiopia in the future? Let me address both of these issues candidly. Much as I wish it, I don't see the possibility of an internally driven reform leading to a genuine democratic dispensation in Ethiopia. The ruling clique have committed too many human rights crimes, have accumulated too much wealth through rampant corruption, and have antagonized the population too much to feel that they can continue to enjoy a peaceful life after relinquishing power, which they know would happen if there was to be a truly free and fair election. Instead, they believe that they can somehow survive through total repression insofar as they can get the foreign aid resources as well as the diplomatic support they need to help them keep the lead on any potential resistance to their power. The only change that Mallas's days has brought to this situation is that it has revealed the tenuous nature of this calculation as it has exposed the internal conflict and bickering within the ruling coalition. This takes me to the second part of the issue. So what is going to happen if there is no possibility of reform coming from the government? Will Ethiopians simply accept tyranny and live this humiliating existence indefinitely? If I know anything about the Ethiopian character, that is one bet I am not willing to take. That is why, unfortunately, my assessment is rather pessimistic. I think the government's capacity for total repression is going to be challenged rather dramatically in the near future. As the government simply refuses to reform, intensifies its repression, deliberately decimates the legal opposition, and continues to antagonize people in all parts of the country, armed resistance has become an acceptable form of struggle. The various armed groups have started to talk seriously about unifying their actions and their vision for a democratic future as the public's attention shifts from the peaceful opposition to the armed groups as their last best hope for ending their humiliation and freeing themselves from tyranny. Mr. Chairman, it is painful to see my country go through such turmoil in order to achieve the most basic rights that all people in this day and age routinely expect and deserve. I wish there could be a peaceful way out of this quagmire, but I feel that is unlikely. This has serious implications for U.S. foreign policy. The current policy of shoring up and bankrolling authoritarian rule with the hope that it could achieve a modicum of stability in the region is going to face a serious challenge. Will the U.S. and its allies continue to support a brutal regime that is sure to be unstable as the armed resistance against it intensifies? Will such support ensure the stability of the regime over the long run? If the opposition is committed to a pluralist, democratically elected government in Ethiopia, wouldn't it be better and more durable ally than the current regime? This takes me to my last point regarding what the U.S. can do to ensure reforms. If reform leading to genuine democratization is sought, clearly the policy followed by the U.S. and its allies in the past 21 years has not worked. The policy of constructive engagement, which hopes to cajole the government to implement some reforms in exchange for financial and diplomatic support, has simply failed to achieve its objective. Instead, the current policy might unwittingly increase instability in Ethiopia. On the other hand, there is a very strong argument, both on national security and humanitarian grounds, to keep the situation from deteriorating even further. Contrary to prevailing wisdom in the West, the Ethiopian government is amenable to pressure, especially financial pressure. A coordinated, no-nonsense financial pressure that conditions Western aid on clear, targeted, measurable, time-bound political reforms that could lead to a democratic dispensation is, in my view, the only mechanism that could avert the potential crisis that is looming in Ethiopia. Mr. Chairman, working towards such an outcome is not only the right thing to do, but also the smart thing to do. The world community has enough experience by now to know that doing nothing at the early stages of a crisis would lead to extremely costly later. A crisis is looming in Ethiopia. And if we act wisely now, we can avoid a lot of pain and suffering later. I hope the United States will play its part to bring about a peaceful and sustainable solution. Such an outcome is good for the international community, good for regional stability, and certainly good for Ethiopia. I know, Mr. Chairman, under your leadership, your committee and this House will do its part for the well-being of the Ethiopian people. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nega, thank you very much for your testimony. The committee will be in order. Thank you. Mr. Pham, Professor Pham.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the political developments in the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, especially as they relate to democracy and human rights, since the death last year of the late Prime Minister Meles Zenawi. With your permission, I'll present a summary of my analyses on these questions and ask that my prepared statement be entered into the record.
Without objection, yours and all the other distinguished witnesses and any attachments they would like will be made part of the record.
Thank you. In addressing Ethiopia's political evolution, and there has indeed been a shift, even if at times the changes have been rather subtle, it's incumbent upon us to recall the enormous importance of Ethiopia, both in its own right and relative to the national interests of the United States in Africa in general, and in the geopolitically sensitive Horn of Africa in particular. That context is especially important if any of the resulting proposals are to be relevant, realistic, and perhaps most importantly, strategic in the fullest sense of the term. Moreover, while it's perhaps too soon after the passing of the late Ethiopian Prime Minister to either have sufficient time or requisite historical perspective to render anything approaching a definitive judgment on the man and his legacy, it's worth the effort to at least establish some context by recalling just how far Ethiopia has come since the overthrow of Mengistu Haile Mariam's Soviet client regime in 1991. One does not have to agree with all or even any of the specific policy choices made by the Ethiopian government during the last 2 decades, to nonetheless acknowledge the historic achievements, including the peaceful succession of Eritrea in 1993, the introduction of legally recognized linguistic pluralism and ethnic federalism in 1994, and the economic miracle of one of the fastest growing economies in Africa and indeed the world in recent years, which, notwithstanding the struggle that life remains for many Ethiopians, has nonetheless lifted millions of others out of abject misery in just a generation. And if it's too soon to properly judge the legacy of the late Prime Minister Meles, it certainly is premature to attempt to render anything beyond a very initial assessment of his successor, Haile Mariam Desalegn, who was only confirmed by Parliament in his prime ministerial tenure on a permanent basis on September 21, 2012, and subsequently elected as chairman of the EPRDF by the Congress of the governing coalition held by Rayburn in the last week of March of this year. That being said, however, there are several positive and indeed tantalizing indications that while the new Prime Minister has promised to maintain his predecessor's policies, he is also slowly blazing his own trail. These include a cabinet reshuffle that rebalance the representation within the governing coalition, an offer recently reaffirmed to UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to open a dialogue with Eritrea without preconditions, a crackdown on corruption that's included the arrest of the ministerial ranked Director General of the Ethiopian Revenues and Customs Authority, and the recent allowing, as other witnesses have indicated, of the largest anti-government demonstration since 2005, an event which I've been assured by senior officials can and will be allowed to reoccur as long as the organizers give local authorities sufficient notice in order to make necessary logistical accommodations. To these modest points of data, I would add a brief personal observation from having had, even before he became Prime Minister, the privilege of discussing a broad range of issues with Haile Mariam Desalegn. He is a man of great intelligence, and he's cognizant of the challenges before him. On the other hand, one should also recognize the political, institutional, and other constraints which someone in his position faces, especially until such time as he's able to win an electoral mandate in his own right. With all this in mind, permit me to conclude by commending to the subcommittee's consideration 5 principles to guide U.S. policy toward Ethiopia, which I offer in line with the prudent norm embraced by President Obama in last year's U.S. strategy toward sub-Saharan Africa. Addressing the opportunities and challenges in Africa, the President wrote, requires a comprehensive U.S. policy that is proactive, forward-looking, and that balances our long-term interests with near-term objectives. So first, understand that Ethiopia is an ancient country populated by proud peoples, imbued with a deep sense of history and nationhood, all of which has a profound impact on the current political reality. Secondly, recognize both the opportunities within the historic moment and the delicate balance that needs to be maintained. One should be leery of any actions which might upset the careful political balance being struck. Thirdly, be realistic about what the United States can and cannot do with respect to the direction of social, economic, and political developments in Ethiopia. It goes without saying that America has influence, and where possible, that influence should be brought to use judiciously for good. However, our room for maneuver is tighter than ever, and America's overall leverage significantly diminished by the combination of our own general cutbacks in foreign assistance. When one looks at the actual figures, there's virtually nothing that's discretionary that could be cut back in our aid to Ethiopia, and the emergence of other countries and actors able and willing to work with the Ethiopian government, as witnessed by the Prime Minister's visit last week to China. Fourth, take advantage of Ethiopia's application to join the World Trade Organization to constructively engage with the country's government, not only about economic liberalization, but other rule of law and governance concerns. Even if the publicly stated goal of completing a session by 2014 is unlikely to be achieved, the effort does present the United States and other international partners with a unique opportunity for a more intense dialogue with their Ethiopian counterparts, contributing to the enhancing of technical and administrative and regulatory capabilities and advanced policy objectives ranging from liberalizing the banking and telecommunications sectors to securing private property and other legal rights. And fifth, become more engaged in Ethiopia's rapidly transforming higher education sector. Ethiopia has gone from having 3 national universities in 2001 to 31 this year. If the United States government could encourage American colleges and universities to become more engaged with their Ethiopian counterparts, there's the prospect over the long term of considerable return, both in terms of consolidating the cultural and political bonds between our countries and people, as well as advancing democratic and human development. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Bass, it goes without saying that there are a number of things one might wish to see done differently, perhaps even better, with respect to the ongoing social, economic, and political development of Ethiopia. Nevertheless, the context in which the post-Meles transition and other developments are occurring needs to be taken into account, and objective progress, both in absolute terms and relative to the rest of a very troubled but geopolitically strategic region. In that perspective, it behooves us to keep in mind Voltaire's warning that le mieux est l'ennemi du bien, the best is the enemy of the good, and allowing a healthy dose of political realism about our own interests and those of the peoples of Ethiopia to temper judgmentalist impulse and direct our energies instead where they can be most effective in encouraging, facilitating, and sustaining continued stability and progress in Ethiopia and beyond. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Dr. Pham, thank you very much. Mr. Metho.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for inviting us to come here talking about Ethiopia. I would like my statement to be submitted in the record, and I think that the speaker before me have already said a lot, and I will try to summarize. From what we heard, going back to the subject, see that Ethiopia after Meles. I think we need to go back. What happened when Meles was here? And I think that this is something that most of us need to be aware of. When Meles was alive, or when he went to the bush, he went with an organization called Tigray Liberation Front to liberate a section of a country, not to liberate Ethiopia. And when they took over, they did not change it. They have created what they call EPRDF to fool the outsider that Ethiopians are united while they're still running the ethnic base. I think this is something that we need to not to miss it. In Ethiopia, today, for the last 20 years, it's been led by ethnic base. And this is something that we should not miss. So when Meles was alive, he was being known, and I think Yamamoto put it very well, charming to the West, brutal to the Ethiopian. Saying that a lion war on terror is terrorized its own peoples. Saying that economic growth is booming. Saying that economic growth booming. Just ask other Ethiopians who have been displaced from their land. Put hate has been used as a tool. The list can go on when Meles was alive. Now let me come back. What has changed? Last time, and again, I thank you, Mr. Smith, for your extraordinary leadership. 8 years ago, when there was a briefing here, I came and testified for 424 people from my own ethnic group from Gambela, for 193 Ethiopians who were killed, for the Ethiopian political prisoner, including Dr. Branu Nega, who is beside me. That was 8 years ago. Yamamoto was with me. He said there was a crossroad. 8 years, can you not cross this road? Yamamoto said that. Yamamoto claimed that by that time, Ethiopia, at the beginning of a new chapter, this book, they've never any other chapters since then. The point I want to make is this. I agree with some of the peoples. I disagree with some. The USAID ID talk about progress in Ethiopia, peace and reconciliation. In Ethiopia, there's anti-terror laws. It is against the law for reconciliation, child right, woman right, disables. The value of that which really the Americans depend on. And we call that there's a progress in the country. These are some of the issues that I want to mention. In my point, I am speaking as a human right, and I'm speaking as an Ethiopian, because if something is happening in Ethiopia, to the outside it's happened to Ethiopia, to me it's happened to my family member. And this is one point that I need to mention. One point that I need to not miss. In Ethiopia, the journalists are locked up in jail. In Ethiopia, what we need, the Ethiopian people, are simple things. We need to be giving a choice. All of you who are sitting, Mr. Smith, some people, you are representing people. In Ethiopia, we are denied to have our own Smith that we chose. And that's what we are asking for, nothing less. In that matter, right now, Malaysia is gone, the regime is in place, but at the end of the day, the Ethiopian problem will not be solved by the outsiders, by the Ethiopian. We had many chances. When the King Haile Selassie collapsed, we missed that opportunity. When the Derg collapsed, we missed that opportunity. At that time, there was a gentleman called Goswald in this house. The thing he predicts is what's going on today. Right now, Yamamoto may say that Ethiopia is a crossroads, but the Ethiopian is different. And I would like to now read a statement that I would like for all of us to know. The reason why I say that it's not an American, the simple thing that we are asking, we are not asking an American or a Western to free us. We are asking them not to be a roadblock to our freedom. We can free ourselves. And how do we do that? It's simple. For the last 12 months, the Ethiopian Muslim brothers was protesting just to choose the leaders who can preach them. The Ethiopian denied them, they've been protesting. Peacefully, the government want to divide them and say that the Ethiopian Muslim are radical extremists. And I say they are not. The Muslim, and as a Christian and Ethiopian, we don't share faith, we don't share land, we share blood. And the blood cannot be taken away from us. We are one people. The hope and the change I'm seeing. Just a few weeks ago, the Blue Party have took the leadership to bring Ethiopian out. They called the people in Ethiopia show up. And before they show up, let me read a statement I got from one young man. Dear Obang, it is now just 4 hours before we go out to rallies. I don't know what will happen. This may be my last message. The last time I went out, 2005, with 3 of my friends, I was the only one came back. This time, I may not come back. I'm looking forward to this. It is similar going to war zone. The wholly different, the other side have gun, I have nothing. If they shoot, I have nothing else to deliver. This is the kind of country that we are living in, Obang. But I have moral ground. And that's why I'm going out, and I'm not afraid, and I want somebody to know. This is the kind of government that the U.S. is funding. And this is the point that I just want to conclude. Mr. Smith, the Ethiopian, we are enough opportunity. We have enough money, Ethiopian. What we need is to work together, people to people. And those peoples may not the one in Addis. The Ethiopian tax driver will pick you up. The Ethiopian who are working at Starbucks serving you coffee. The Ethiopian that are working at parking kid. The Ethiopian in D.C., they want freedom like everybody else. We are not begging. When Obama ran for president, he said that we need change. Some Ethiopians who are working minimum wage pay in hoping that they will hear from Obama. We never heard that. We are not disappointed. We will free ourselves. Thank you.
Mr. Mehta, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Akwe.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Representative Bass, Amnesty International continues to look forward to working with you and to thank you for your leadership on behalf of the issues in Africa as well as on human rights. I'm going to be very, very brief because I know that we're running out of time. But I think the panelists who spoke before me have already said that this is a window of opportunity and that it's closing fast. This is an opportunity not only for change in Ethiopia, but also for change here in Washington in terms of U.S. policy towards the country. What we have seen, not only in Ethiopia, but in other parts of the world, is that history shows that governments tend to harden as opposed to soften if they are not, if they do not seize the opportunity for reform at the beginning, at the start. And so I would urge that this committee and Congress push the administration to recalibrate and to revisit what it is exactly is going on in Ethiopia, what the government's genuine commitment in Ethiopia is to human rights and the rule of law, all of which are going to be critical and essential in terms of its future, whether as a democracy or, as the first panelist said, whether it's the alternative future, which nobody here wants. I would also say that there are many levers that the United States has not yet used in terms of its pressure of applying or challenging the Addis Ababa regime to meet its human rights obligations. For example, the Ethiopian government is a party to the ICCPR, to the Geneva Conventions, to the Convention Against Torture, to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. The Ethiopian government is also a party to the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. All of these are very clear in what governments are supposed to do in terms of creating free and fair conditions and basic accountability by the ruling government to respect human rights and free expression. Despite that, the Ethiopian constitution also has at least 30 human rights provisions in it that speak to fundamental freedoms and rights. Despite this, the litany of human rights concerns and abuses is sadly very depressing. And these are issues that are not only reported by Amnesty International, but by other human rights groups and the United States Department of State, which puts out its annual human rights report. Very specifically, issues of freedom of expression, crackdowns on human rights defenders, torture and ill treatment, which you mentioned earlier, the conflict in the Somali region, which my colleagues have also referred to, the issue of villagization. But the others are even more profound. For example, the lack of effective institutions. The Ethiopian judiciary continues to lack independence and resources, and as has been illustrated in recent trials, is not yet a guarantor of rights or justice for the Ethiopian people. The National Human Rights Commission is also severely lacking independence. Amnesty International believes that political will is the biggest obstacle to effective, independent human rights and democratic institutions, and while the current political mind frame of the government remains unchanged, it will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for effective institutions to exist and to operate. The final human rights concern that I would like to raise, obviously, is the precedent, and that has already been discussed, the 2005 elections and the crackdown that happened afterwards. Those are not things that were ever accounted for. The numbers were never fully clarified, and certainly there was never accountability. Those are things that this government still is accountable for and has to answer to. I would just go finally to close to just try and remember that we're dealing with human beings and individuals, lots of them, but indeed precious in their individuality. Eskinder Nega, Debebe Eshetu, Yusef Getchu, Akmel Negash, Yishak Eshetu, Tesamagan Desalgan. All of these are just a few of the names of Ethiopian heroes who are challenging and fighting for individual rights and the rule of law in their country, who have suffered the brunt of the government's crackdown and its repression. There are thousands more like them, and some of them we don't even have the names on. Mr. Chairman, we believe that without the full enjoyment of human rights by all Ethiopians, it will be hard to see how the country will fulfill the promise of individual freedom and dignity that it has claimed to espouse since the ouster of Mengistu in 1991. Since 2005, the human rights situation in the country has deteriorated further, with significantly increased restrictions on freedom of association, expression, and other rights. As I said, and as Chairman Smith also noted, this has not happened in a vacuum, and the international community is also in need of looking deeply into its policies and changing them. The failure to speak out and press for change by the Ethiopian government is critical, and it has allowed Ethiopia to set a dangerous example for other governments in the region and has kept the Ethiopian people themselves at risk of human rights violations and repressive governance. We hope that the President will speak to some of these issues on his upcoming trip to the continent, in particular the issue of civil society and the important and legitimate role that it plays in a healthy democracy and in the enjoyment of human rights by citizens and peoples in a particular country. But we also hope that the discussion of legislation and of policies that are being conducted by the Meles regime, by the post-Meles regime, including the Anti-Terrorism Proclamation, the Charities and Societies Proclamation, and other laws, will also continue to be raised not only by Congress, but also by the administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I regret that there are a series of votes that will take about an hour, so I'll be very brief. If anyone would like to stay, I'll be back in an hour, but I know that's presuming on your time. And maybe Ms. Bass can come back too. I'm not sure what her schedule might be. But let me ask some very quick questions. First of all, Mr. Akwe, I think your point about a window closing is a very, very important one. If the international community coalesces and somehow accepts the egregious human rights abuses as okay, if a little changes around the edges may bring about, a great deal of positive feedback from the international community, which has not been helpful, and that includes during the Bush administration as well as now during the Obama administration. And I would suggest that for those who are suffering torture and those who 400-plus political prisoners and everyone else who is suffering, delay is denial. You said it very well. Political will, I would say, paraphrasing you, is a decision which can be made, and that's what leadership is all about. You don't lead from behind. You lead by being the Prime Minister who says, we are going to change this. I would announce today we are going to reintroduce the Ethiopia Human Rights Act with very serious benchmarks. And the balance that the administration, thank you, please sit. The balance that the administration spoke about, which I think is unbalanced, and again, I agree with combating the HIV/AIDS pandemic and all the other humanitarian initiatives, but the political side, the changes, the good governance, is absolutely a prerequisite, as was said by Mr. Gast as well, to the sustainability of all of those other programs as well. The Charities and Societies Proclamation, all the CS law, that is an outrage. The journalist point that Dr. Nega, I should say, talked about, I mean, you suffered in prison. You know what it's like. You know what fellow inmates suffered at the hands of Meles, and people continue to do so today. When you pointed out that Ethiopia is the leading jailer of journalists, and I hope the media takes note of this, in sub-Saharan Africa and ranks among the top 10 in the world. That has to change. An unfettered press keeps checks on this Congress, on this president. It needs to do the same in Ethiopia. So thank you for your testimonies. They were very, very strong. You said, Dr. Pham, tantalizing. I would hope that, for Mr. Haile Mariam, or Prime Minister Haile Mariam, things will move in the right direction. But friends don't let friends commit human rights abuses. And we have waited. I have waited, and Greg, we've talked about this. When do we do an Ethiopia hearing? We had hoped that there would be changes sooner rather than later. And as you said, Dr. Akwe, that window is closing, and it's not closing. It's not opening to reforms, and that's what we need to fight for. So thank you so much. Ms. Bass.
Yes, and I'm so sorry that we do have to leave to go to votes, and unfortunately I won't be able to return. But, and I'm hoping, though, that maybe we can have another hearing on Ethiopia soon to follow up with this. Dr. Nega, you mentioned a term that sent chills up me, frankly, which was constructive engagement, because I think I've heard that term before. And so that's a very chilling notion. I wanted to know, though, if you would comment on a couple of things that Dr. Pham said. You certainly pointed out all of the difficulties, but you did say that you thought it was a little bright light that their organized opposition was allowed, the protests that just happened, and I guess there's a window that there could be more protests in the future, and then also higher education. And I wanted to know if you could just comment on those. And let me just say that I just really appreciate everybody's participation and everything, and I just hope that we'll be able to return and have a more lengthy hearing.
Thank you. Let me just very quickly say something before I go into the specific question about this, the statistics and the data that you hear about the improvements and things of that sort. I would like to suggest to anyone who is dealing with Ethiopia to be very, very cautious about what kind of numbers they are playing. I mean, according to official data right now, Ethiopia has less poverty than Mexico. It has less poverty than Botswana. It has less poverty than a number of European countries. That is the official data. You know, in 2010, they came up with a number in one region, in Afar, where they said 5 million kids are going to school that year. The total population of Afar is 1.4 million. That's how absurd this data is. And that is the kind of numbers that you hear these international experts come up and then talk about how things are improving. I would really, it is very hazardous. I'm an economist by training, and I know how these numbers are put together. So it would be better to be careful about that, cautious about that. But to the question about improvements, I really want you to take something very, very seriously, Ms. Bass. What I see is conflict. What I see is war. What I see is a civil war coming to Ethiopia. Okay. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I want to testify today, and I want you to take this seriously. Okay. Because this country is not going into the same way that it has gone over the last 21 years. I think people are fed up. I think people are going to fight, and nobody can blame people for fighting against tyranny. That is where it's going.
Do you think that there is an organized, do you think the opposition is organized enough to actually wage that
I do believe that the opposition...
conflicts in the existing government.
Yes,
then.
I do believe that the opposition that was fractured has started to seriously talk about mounting a unified challenge. That's what is going to happen. And that's why I'm trying to be more, you know, if you might call it alarmist, in the sense that if people in the policy-making apparatus think that you can just keep going the way you are going about it, a surprise is coming to you.
Okay.
That is a very, very dangerous game that people are playing. So that's why I say, you know, did they allow this demonstration recently? They did. But are they going to allow in the future? I don't think they will.
So one more quick question. I know when I talk to my constituents, they believe that we should cut off all foreign aid. And I feel a little conflicted over that, considering the humanitarian challenges, the food insecurity, the HIV, and maybe, you know, other panelists could comment about that. Is that what the U.S. should do? End all foreign aid? Yes.
I think that the U.S. has a leverage. And the leverage that the money that we're giving, I think that earlier when we hear from the U.S. aid, they are saying that they give $300 million for a democratic process. Where? Where is democratic process? In a country where we know that, you know, almost every seat is held by the same government. So that kind of funding going for that, that's not going to go and help the poor Ethiopian. That is helping the regime. There's a leverage that this money that we give for the regime, you know, there are a lot of money that which is really not going to the people. The money that go for the people, we should give it to the people. The second thing too is lack of transparency and accountability. And this is a clear cut that most of the time people don't talk about this. Just recent examples. People were displaced in the west part of Ethiopia. The World Bank Inspector General want to investigate. The Ethiopian government, they don't want to cooperate with the World Banks. Just like me giving you give me the money to feed my family. You say, did you feed my family? I say, none of your business. So there is a way that the funding, when I say earlier, we need the U.S. support. This has been done in Burma. It's been done in other places. There's no political space. There's no really any media at all in Ethiopia. The journalists are being accused as a terrorist. people who are activists, just like me. Like in Ethiopia, for example, leave alone me, even all of these journalists, if they were in Ethiopia, they will be accused of journalists. For me, I never held a gun, I never talk about any war or anything, but the Ethiopian government labeled me among the 24 people who were labeled. I was one of them, just because I speak the right. So the point is going back to what Dr. Brown was saying. Before it go to war, Ethiopian people are suffering up. Reconciliation can be done. The people in Ethiopia, there are some moderate within the government, there's some moderate within the opposition. That if the U.S. take that initiative, we had enough blood, the HIV and lack of food is killing us, we cannot kill each other. But what we are asking is reconciliation is possible, it's never been tried before, and there's no way why we cannot do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, I apologize. If you could hold that. We're out of time for voting, so Ms. Bass and I have to run over to vote. There's 7 votes in succession. They should be rather quick, but then there's another series of votes about 20 minutes to 30 minutes after that. I know you all want to say, if you can stay, I would ask you to. We'll come back, ask some additional questions you might want to elaborate, and then we will have to conclude the hearing and then hold that second hearing as we've suggested, as Ms. Bass asked. Thank you. The hearing will resume its sitting, and Dr. Nega, thank you for your patience. I, again, deeply apologize for these interruptions with the votes. We have been joined by Congressman Stockman, who has been a leader on African issues, a new member, but not a new member to this work. He's back, a return trip to the House, and I yield to my good friend.
Thank you for coming out. I'm really serious about thanking you for your patience. We normally don't have that many votes in a row, and but I've been to your beautiful country and appreciate you coming out today. And we always have in this committee very good staff, very good people, and an excellent chairman. I'm biased, but I think he's a great chairman. But one of the things we always like to hear from the witnesses is how we can help you achieve goals in your country. Sometimes Americans are interpreted as being too interventionists, where we're criticized if we go in, such as Iraq, and then now we're criticized for not going in Syria. So we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't. So we want to get from you what the proper temperature we should do and what kind of things we can do to facilitate freedom in your country. It's disappointing that it's gone this way in this direction and that you had to suffer so deeply. So I will yield to you the direction you should give us.
Thank you, Congressman Stockman. I understand perfectly how realistic politics is a difficult business. I mean, it's not an easy thing. Intervention always have a problem, especially if it has something to do with intervening by force and things of that sort. What we are talking about now is the degree to which the American taxpayers' money can be used to affect some of the basic principles and values that this country holds dear. Unfortunately, what has been going on in Ethiopia is that U.S. taxpayers' money is being used to shore up a dictatorship that's so brutal that raises quite a lot of questions in the minds of Ethiopians that, this is not the America that we know. This is not the America that we understand. And U.S.-America relationships, as you know, goes a long way. Although some people really understand the realistic issues that are involved in terms of national security reasons in the region and things of that sort, what people don't understand is where is it that countries would start to say enough is enough. Now, and what I submitted today is this is not just about Ethiopia and humanitarian issues in Ethiopia. Now it has become a serious geostrategic issue for the United States because Ethiopia is roughly about 90 million people, the largest country in the region. A destabilized Ethiopia is going to destabilize that whole region. It's a very serious issue, and all U.S. strategic interests are going to be affected by what happens in Ethiopia. So the question is, if we let things go the way they are, would we at least achieve the strategic objectives of the U.S., which in this case means a stable Ethiopia that can support the anti-terrorist struggle in the region? And the answer that I can give is, unfortunately, the way things are going, that's not going to happen. Because Ethiopia itself is going to be destabilized, because after 21 years, people have become so traumatized. People have literally given up hope that there is a possibility of peaceful transition, that there is now more recourse towards armed resistance against the state. Now, you can imagine, once armed resistance starts, you don't even know which direction it takes. I mean, if there is anything about Syria that we can talk about, it started as a peaceful resistance. The state refused to relinquish power. One thing leads to another. People start to get fed up, and they go into this. Then at that point, you don't even know who is which one you are going to be able to influence.
I have a limited time. I guess what I'm asking you, if you were in my shoes and you were giving us guidance on a bill we could write, what would you recommend that we put in that bill to facilitate a positive outcome in Ethiopia?
A very clear, targeted, time-bound set of issues that leads towards meaningful democratization, in the absence of which U.S. foreign aid to Ethiopia would be seriously endangered. That's number one. Two, the U.S. work with other allies, especially the European Union, to work towards this objective, because Ethiopia is really amenable to financial pressure. This is not a government that could just brush away. You know, although they say this always, that you can't take your money and we can tell you what. That is not a government that can allow that. So use your financial support to the government to good end. Use it to affect substantive change in the behavior of the state. That is what I would say.
Do you think a delegation from the United States would impact if we visited there and said we have these concerns?
If the statement is very clear, if it is something that you can back it up. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is not the last delegation that would go to the U.S. I mean, Congressman Smith has been there repeatedly. Donald Payne has been there. I mean, there are Congress people going always. The point is, they will always tell you exactly what you want to hear. And the minute you leave, they go on behaving in the way they are behaving. Unless otherwise you have a tangible set of measures that you would take, unless otherwise X, Y, and Z happen. And in that case, what you are saying is then our money, our taxpayers' money, is not going to be used for this. You can do whatever you want. We will not intervene militarily or anything, but our money will not be used unless otherwise X, Y, Z. Release prisoners. We'll give you X amount of time. Introduce a series of reforms.
Release the press that they have left.
The press that the government owns, that is not used for anything else. But respect your constitution. Just respect the constitution that you have written.
We're trying to get that done here.
I know, I understand. But, there are a series, the National Election Board, these institutions, the justice system, there are things that can be done to actually introduce a set of reforms so that people can start to play by the rules.
The intervention in Somalia, how much does that affect the economy and the budget of Ethiopia?
You mean, I don't think that was fought from Ethiopia's purses.
Well, I understand there's, you have some soldiers in another country. How much does that cost the government?
But I don't think the Ethiopian government pays for it.
Oh, you think the United States does?
No, I can tell you that the Ethiopian government is not. In almost every place that the Ethiopian army is, it is either the UN or the US or somebody else paying.
Even the UN, I think we end up paying for it.
Exactly. Indirectly, you would start paying for it. Yes.
So it's not coming out of their pocket. There's no impact on the budget. Okay. No. But except for life and time and material.
Yeah.
So your suggestion is if I understand correctly, if I hear you correctly, is that we say, if you don't have free elections, release the press, release the prisoners, then we will cut it by a third by next year. We'll cut it by another third the year after that, and then cut it all off if you don't receive it in 3 years or something like that.
Yeah.
The timetable. And we would direct the State Department and other agencies to that effect.
Yes, and very importantly, coordinated with other allies, particularly the European Union. When we talk to the European Union, they always say that the U.S. has to take a lead on this, that if the U.S. takes a leadership position on this, the European Union follows, then literally that's the whole aid money that's going to the country. Yeah. And it's not going to happen. Trust me, it's not going to take a year or two before the government starts responding, because they cannot survive without that aid money. They just can't.
Okay. Well, that's helpful, because as we're... I think you need to take a standing. I appreciate the audience's participation, too. Yeah. But I'm glad you're directing us, because honestly, from this side of the table, we can't do it without input from people that have been there and know what's going on. And we don't want to go too far one way or not do anything. And I really appreciate you taking your time and staying so long. And I yield back.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me just ask some final questions and then ask you if you have any final comments you'd like to make. Okay. How would you assess President Obama's assessment of the situation on the ground and his policies, particularly as it relates to human rights and governance?
Well, I think for the Ethiopian community in general, President Obama's policy has been a bit of a disappointment, in the sense that, if you remember the first few speeches that the President has made in relation to freedom and liberty and democracy in Africa, in the Ghana speech, and everybody was hoping that a new day is going to come in Africa, because we all know at the end of the day, even the economic issues that we face are directly tied to these issues of governance and human rights and things. So everybody thought not only our politics is going to change, not only human rights is going to be respected, but even prosperity can come, corruption can be tackled. You know, when you have an accountable government, a whole host of issues. So everybody was hoping that President Obama would follow on what he has said, and one of the biggest disappointments for most Ethiopians, I would say, is precisely the fact that it has become an administration that cannot follow on what it promises to do, and it's always disappointing when you hear that.
Let me just ask you with regards to the, as you know, for 21 years, and you've mentioned that yourself, Ethiopia has been headed by a minority ethnic group. After being in power for the past 21 years, it is well positioned to remain in power without the leadership of an internationally known prime minister. How do you see the ethnic politics in Ethiopia playing out in the years to come? You've talked about this cauldron. Are we missing the signs? You know, we missed them in Egypt. When you know, the people took to the streets in Egypt, I heard euphoria at the State Department and at the White House and here in Congress. I said, this is the bridge of the Muslim Brotherhood, and I held 3 hearings on Egypt and about how Islamists would crowd out moderate Muslims very quickly, as well as Coptic Christians, and sure enough now Egypt is far worse than it was under Mubarak. And I'm wondering, you know, I don't see that kind of thing happening in terms of a Muslim Islamist type of, although there are always threats. I know all of us would like to see, you know, a peaceful, absolutely peaceful transformation. But if we miss the signs and don't take the steps that we need to take, unwittingly, I think we can enable that. What's your view?
There are two parts to this, Congressman Smith. One is on the side of what the government is doing, and the other one is on the side of what the people in general are doing. For the government, it was part of its raison d'etre to divide people along ethnicity, along religious lines, because the only way that a minority government, a government that represents 6% of the population, ruling strictly on the basis of ethnicity, strictly. I mean, this is a government that says your identity is your ethnicity. You cannot even say you are an Ethiopian. You have to say you are from a particular race. This is the politics that they have introduced into this country. The only way that they can survive with that kind of policy was if they could divide the society. So purposely, calculatively, they have divided society so that one ethnic group would be against the other. Now, the chickens are coming home to roost. You know, this has now stayed for over 20 years. People have started to think of themselves in terms of ethnic grounds, and they try to foment conflict. Recently, as you have seen, they kicked out Amharas from the Benishangul in the southern region, so that deliberately there is that hostility. That is the bad part. If things go the way the government wants them to go, Ethiopia is in a very, very treacherous, dangerous course. The good sign, on the other hand, is on the side of the public. Despite all this repeated, deliberate fomentation of hatred and difference, people keep saying, no, we still want to keep our country peaceful. We still want to live with other ethnic groups in peace. All we want is our rights to be respected. The other very good thing that's happening is, at least among the opposition, we have started for the first time hearing that these different ethnic-based organizations have come together and say, at the end of the day, what we want is a real democracy in our country. If a real democracy comes, then these ethnic conflicts can be seriously addressed. So those are the two trends that are taking place. And my hope is that the opposition gathers the strength so that it can stop this deliberate conflict that's being created by the government.
Earlier today, Amnesty International's representative, Mr. Akwe, spoke at great length, particularly in his written submission, about the use of torture. And I'm wondering, I've raised torture many times. I've written laws to combat torture, raised it in our Ethiopia Human Rights Act, as one of the conditionalities. Why were people so disbelieving, or why did they look askance? I'm talking about our own government under President Bush as well as under President Obama. It's there in black and white, and it seems to get looked over. We look askance. Why is that?
I honestly, Congressman Smith, I honestly think to a certain degree it's part of human nature. You want to believe what you want to believe. You want to believe not the facts on the ground, not what you see, but what you think is the things that you need to believe in order to do what you are doing continuously. The U.S. administration has historically been interested in Ethiopia on security and other grounds. The U.S. administration wants to continue the relationship with Ethiopia. In order to do that, it has to come to terms with this issue of a brutal regime that is torturing its own people, that's killing its own people. Then how do you mesh the two? Usually the human mind, I think, plays tricks on you. Then you say, it's not happening. I mean, or you try to ignore it. You try to think as if it is not happening. It is denial. That is exactly what is going on in the policy-making circles of the United States and Europe. They just don't want to believe what they see because then they have to do something about it. Right. Then they have to do something real about it. And they can't do anything real about it. They don't want to do anything real about it.
Let me ask you, you spent some considerable time in your testimony on the interference in religious affairs, and you talked about the manipulation of the leadership of the Orthodox Church. Could you expound upon that? Because that is a very serious assertion, and it seems to me that we do have the International Religious Freedom Act. There is both a commission which has written about these issues before relative to Ethiopia. It would seem to me this should be an engraved invitation to do it again to them. And we also have the IRFA office at the U.S. Department of State. In your view, how bad is it?
Oh, it really is bad. I mean, it's bad to the point where I think the U.S. institution that deals with religious freedom recently had a hearing, I think, on the issue of the Muslims, and for the first time openly acknowledged that this was a result of gross interference. In fact, a deliberate taunting, as if, because when you say Muslim and terrorism, the two come together, and the Ethiopian government thinks that by calling them terrorists, while it actually is taking away their own religion and trying to impose its will on them. With the Orthodox Church, this is the first time in Ethiopian history that the Orthodox Church is openly split into two. There is the patriarch elected by the government and its supporters, and the exiled patriarch. As you know, the basic rule in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church is you don't change a patriarch till the patriarch dies. Right. And this government came and changed the patriarch while he was still alive. And the patriarch left, and he has now created, around him another synodos where most people in the diaspora are now. This is the first time in Ethiopian history that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church was purposely split. The same thing they are trying to do with the Muslims. This is, as I said in my written statement, it is a government that is allergic to the existence of any independent body. Whether it's religious, they have to be under their control. That's what they are doing. Unfortunately, as you know, religion is a very sensitive thing. As you push people, then they start to resist. That's exactly what the Muslims are doing. That's what we will expect that the Christians would be doing too.
Two final questions.
Sure.
The Charities and Societies Proclamation Law, which I think gets very little notice in Washington, gets some, but it seems to me it ought to be getting much more because it does have an anti-terrorism, and under the rubric of terrorism, a whole lot of bad things can be pushed. Could you, to the committee, tell us what you think is the worst aspects of that law?
The worst, if I have to pick one worst aspect, there is this 5 areas in the law that deals with any institution that deals with human rights, that deals with children's rights, that deals with reconciliation, that deals with, I forgot the other two. Anything that has to do with human rights and any institution that deals with these issues cannot get foreign funding, period. Now, anybody who knows Ethiopia, all NGOs, all these institutions operate on the basis of projects that they put to foreign donors. All of them are closed now. 90% of these institutions are closed. So if I have to pick one terrible aspect of this law, it is the fact that everything that has to do with human rights and good governance is completely out from Ethiopia. But let me say one last point about this. It is very important, Congressman Smith, to realize that the Charities and Societies Proclamation is one part of a broader capture of institutions in Ethiopia. There cannot be independent institutions so far as this government is in power. They cannot allow independent institutions. That is what this law is about.
Let me ask you, yesterday the U.S. Department of State, in a very, very important ceremony, and I was there with Secretary of State Curry, released the newest, this year's version of the Trafficking in Persons Report. Parenthetically, I'm the author of the law that created the authorization for that report and many other aspects on combating human trafficking. It's known as the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. Ethiopia was given a Tier 2 rating, which means that it has a serious problem with trafficking, but it is making or taking actions to combat it. And I myself have been in at least one of the USAID-supported shelters in Addis on one of my trips there. So I know we are trying to provide aid to help the victims and to more effectively end trafficking there. Have you had the time, and I know it only came out yesterday, so you might want to take this question and take a look at the monologue or the narrative that's in the book, the TIP report. But are you satisfied that, and I would have hoped to have asked some of our other witnesses this as well, with that rating because the same rating when we had our hearing in 2006 was Tier 2 for Ethiopia. Are they making progress, serious and sustained?
Congressman Smith, this is, in fact, I think it was last week that the Ethiopian government officially, for the first time, talked about the problem of human trafficking, officially, for the first time. And the Ethiopian government, including the Prime Minister, were on TV saying, this is the fault of those who are living because they don't know how good they have it in Ethiopia. That was their understanding of what actually is going on when tens of thousands of Ethiopian young women go to these Middle Eastern countries, while some of them were thrown from 3-4 stairs, killed, raped. And this is what the government knew was going on. I mean, if you go to the Ethiopian Immigration Authority office, the line that you would find is kilometers of these young women coming from rural areas, urban areas, trying to get the hell out of that place. And there are officially recognized institutions that are actually doing this. Government-owned, government-sponsored institutions. So they talk about human trafficking, and anybody believes that they are really against human trafficking? I mean, it really is mind-boggling how the West wants to believe this when actually thousands, tens of thousands of people are leaving the country under organized trafficking of human beings in Ethiopia.
Final question. In the 2 years lead up to the so-called Arab Spring, when Egypt went from Mubarak to Morsi, the amount of money the U.S. government dedicated to civil society and democracy dropped significantly. And it's a matter of record. Many of us complained. Yes, foreign aid has been cut, so there are difficult choices that often need to be made. But I asked earlier today about the balance that Ambassador Yamamoto and Mr. Carl Gast, I should say, talked about, that in 2013 we're spending $351 million in total aid given to Ethiopia, 1 million of which is for civil society, and now that's a Congressional Research Service number, and maybe there's further explanation for that. And maybe it's more, but that's their number. I'm wondering, and I did ask that question, whether or not that shows some disproportionality and perhaps a lack of focus on building up civil society as a bulwark from authoritarianism or worse.
What they don't tell you in the testimony, the numbers tell. The 1 million out of the 350 million tells a much bigger story than what they will tell you. Because I think the international community has given up on the possibility of change through civil society institutions. I think after the Charities proclamation, they have said there is nothing you can do around it. In fact, Congressman Smith, that's exactly why I said, if you look at the lay of the land in Ethiopia, the possibility of change through a peaceful mechanism, through using civil society institutions is gone. That's why the West has stopped funding them. That's why the whole thing is moving into, so for Ethiopians, any thought that there could be any change through that route is gone. So the choice that they have is either you fight to protect your liberty or to get your liberty, or you die as a slave. You die as a subject. And that's why I said, so far as I know, I don't think Ethiopians are going to accept tyranny forever. I think the little hints that we were seeing in 2005 is now gone. The possibility of change through a peaceful mechanism. The money that you quoted is simply a reflection of that. Everybody has given up. They will tell you all kinds of things. Yeah, we are working on it on this side. The money says there is no work done towards building civil society, towards democratization in any form or shape. They have given up. The only thing that is left for Ethiopians, that's why, is to fight. There is nothing else left. That's why this policy, while they look at it, it is going in that route, and they cannot do anything about it. That's what is sad about it. It really is sad.
Hopefully there is, as Amnesty's witness said, while the window is closing, that there is still time. And I think it behooves us on this committee to redouble our efforts, and I will. We hope to work with a large number of people and get input on benchmarks and reintroduce, as I said before, the Ethiopia Human Rights Act. And I would like to, before I close the hearing, you have anything for us? Mr. Stockman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say thank you for taking your time doing this. There's 435 members, and I'm honored to serve with you on this, and I'm really touched that we're going to make real impact in the world. I'm just honored to be here with you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I say to my friend and colleague, I would, without objection, ask unanimous consent that 2 testimonies be included in the record. And I would like to give you the final word, and then this hearing is adjourned.
And very quickly, Congressman Smith, I have no word to thank you about what you have done and what you would do. And let me assure you, this is not just about Ethiopia. This is about the U.S. interests. And it's very important that people realize that this is about U.S. strategic interests. An unstable Ethiopia is going to be a very dangerous place. But that's where we're heading. So if something is going to be happening, it has to happen soon. It has to happen as quickly as possible. Because people have waited for 21 years. I have no basis to believe that they would continue to wait for that moment. So what you have started in terms of introducing this legislation, I think is going to be very important. I hope it has a bite. I hope it's not just a statement. I hope it has a very clear, as I said, clear benchmarks, clear measurable elements in it. And in doing so, you have, or you will be contributing to maybe a peaceful transition to democracy. But at least you have done your part. At least you have done your part. Thank you.
Thank you. The hearing is adjourned. Thank you.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
And only a few thousand of those rounds were in circulation at about the time of the murder.
In 1981, police reviewed local records but could not find anyone who had purchased the Yellow Jacket rounds. Sincock, however, mines a bit deeper and strikes gold.
We revisited a gun shop in Crediton in Devon that we knew Rose used, and went back a little bit further than the original investigators, in fact to the register before the last one that they'd seen. And there towards the end of the entries in that register was the fact that Rose had purchased 200 rounds of that rare ammunition some months before the actual murder.
Sincock can now place Keith Rose at the murder scene with the